Good morning. Good morning. All right. So it looks like they're having Cloudflare Developer Summer Challenge. What is this? Bump up the font a little bit so everybody can read it. There are a lot of experiences we have all grown to miss over the last year and a half. After hearing from our community, two of the top experiences they miss are collaborating with peers and getting Cloudflare swag. Oh, here I am wearing a Sauce Lab swag. Went to their offices in San Francisco and got this. Yeah. At the time, I was on a team that was going to use their mobile stuff that was not even like going into beta yet. Hey yo, good morning. How you doing? All right. Busy, but we can in 28 minutes. You just started to learn Rust. Oh, lovely. Okay. What is the best project for you to do to learn all the language entrance in? It's a really great start. Let's see. Here, well, the default project, I'm pretty does like Okay, hello world, right? So if we say make dir delete me, oh, it already exists. We might already be there. All right. Cargo new dash dash bin cargo run. Oh, cd that cargo run. I think it does that, doesn't it? I forget. I'm just checking. Yeah. So, um, for stuff like this, I would probably start with some of the default exercises, like you already know C++, so you're doing like advent of code, right? And that's going to get you into a lot of the lifetime and borrowing issues. Now, I would really start with some sort of project that's driven like that. Either that or make something small. Make like a little utility or tool that you've wanted for a while. Hold on a sec. I just got a text. Hey, Brooke, how's it going? Oh, you're raiding. Welcome, raiders. That was your EC. Oh, wait, were you doing ECS today? I think you were doing ECS today. Or were you doing video? So yeah. Switch back to. It's funny because I saw the name can't be empty. That was white, and then Monkey Mandrake. That was like the names I didn't actually catch that it switched out there. But Monkey Mandrake, starting to learn Rust. Can I bump the size up on that? Yeah, we can. Yeah. Have you seen Advent of Code? It's a fun little place. Advent of Code here. You know, it's just a progression of challenges. So I would try something like that just to be able to get introduced to the borrow checker and lifetimes. That's going to be the number one thing. It's just, especially if you have C++ experience. Well, Brooke, I am so excited. Today it is my first like vacation day off in forever. And it just so happens that I'm like half bachelor today. My wife is visiting my parents with some of the kids. So I'm going to do a long stream today. I'm going to have some fun today. Well, yeah, this is great. I am so looking forward to this. Yesterday I got all of my work bugs, all those tasks. Those are off my plate. Well, actually, I fixed most of them. So, and it's like this really nice point where the development for the release has kind of come to an end, and we're getting into like bugs only. And I think we've addressed all of the bugs that would be assigned to me. So, all of the other bugs that everybody else just kind of blinks at, those are the ones I get. Yeah. So, but this thing, Cloudflare, Developer Summer Challenge, they will be rewarding 300 participants with boxes of their most popular swag, while enabling collaboration with other participants through our workers' Discord channel. If to build a project that uses Cloudflare workers and at least one other product in our rapidly expanding developer program, we will judge submissions and award swag boxes with those with the most innovative projects, limited to one box per person. The challenge will be open for submissions between day and closing November 1st. Terms and conditions. Oh, I would love to submit our current project for this. Eligibility. Let's see, 18 plus. Blah, 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 blah. Prohibited jurisdiction. What? Embargoed country. Okay, we're not in Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, or Crimea region. What are their prizes? Like, they can't send them to Syria, Ukraine, and the Crimea region of Ukraine. Wow. Like, really? How's it going, Dad? What's that? Subject to sanctions or otherwise designated. Not included. Okay. Make sure you're not an enemy of the state. Or a resident of Quebec. like, how does that work? People's Republic of China, or any country that has become subject to U.S. sanctions. Like is this one just to make sure you read the list? How in the world is Quebec in this list? That is just amazing. All right, Brooke. Sorry, yeah. And thank you. Thank you for dropping in and rating us. You have a great Friday, man. I'm gonna message Kristen. At the let's see. Here. I'm gonna message Kristen. Hello. I was looking at the terms. Back, but not. All right. Let's see. I'm just curious. Let's see. It's there. Two groups: enemies and those people in Quebec. All right. So It's like, how in the world did that happen? All right. So after that, we're gonna get back into to working on our stuff. Um, oh, there are rules around giveaways. Uh, not speaking for Quebec, or not speaking for Cloudflare here. He's just saying in his experience, he's seen that there are certain places that have rules around giveaways. All right. Content of submission. Eligible participants must submit entries that meet the criteria described in Section 4 of the rules. Must build a project using at least two of the products from Cloudflare developer platform for the purpose of this contest. Workers, pages, durable objects, and workers KVA. So we got three. We got workers, DOs, and KVs. Submit a link, the project, and the project's repository code. Okay. All submissions must be provided at challenge developers. Okay. During the entry period, any proof of receipt does not constitute proof of actual receipt of submission by sponsors. Proof of transmission does not constitute proof of delivery or receipt by sponsor. All entries become the property of a company upon. Oh, all entries become property of the company upon receipt. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. 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 That's a deal breaker right there. That is that's horrible. Just in one moment, I'm just I'm gonna send a message about this one too, because this is I don't know if that's gonna surprise people. Because I mean, if people are just building something for fun, right, that's fine. But if they're building something as the start of a project that they're going to continue on, that's something else. That's a little. All right. The prizes 300 boxes of Cloudflare branded materials. Oh, I could really use a new pen and a t-shirt. Maybe a new water bottle, backpack. Even like a Cloudflare branded like super duper video card. Or that new System 76 AMD Ryzen, 5950X workstation. Something like that would be awesome. All right. Cloudflare branded. I'm sure they could do that. And it just dawned on me that I think I might. So my project right here is called mimeograph, right? And I think I might try to make it, because right now it's completely closed source, except for the libraries that we're making open source with the Apache and MIT license. Um, but I wanted to check on a license real quick. Where was that? GitHub. What did we do? Sorry, this is a company I started like 20 years ago. No public repositories. Oh, that's bogus. Here, my business partner. Yep. Because we actually had a proprietary license, but completely developed in the open. And I might just do that with this project. Something like so. What is this? Is the license for SERP? The following are the terms of the terms and conditions by which WebGroup Media grants you a license to use, modify, redistribute software. Which okay. Let's just look at this raw so it wraps. By using the software, you acknowledge having read this license and agreed to be bound thereby. Definition. Okay. Grant of license. Copyright grant. Subject to the terms of the license, licensor grants you a non-transferable, non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free, ongoing copyright license to use, modify, redistribute, and reproduce the software for such period of time as required by you. You must not alter. Okay. Copyright notice here. Oh, you are not permitted to reproduce or disseminate any technology or modifications to the software source code which circumvent its digital copyright protection or interfere with enforcement of per se licensing. Any modifications you make to the software. Okay. Huh. I don't know. Is there like Is there another kind of license where I could just say it's like it's the code is public, but I still hold the license to it, and you can't do anything with it? I don't know, because I don't know. It's I want to take one step forward, um, in being able to have it open, but still maintain the rights, etc. to it. And I don't really want GPL or like GPL v3 stuff like that, because there are other companies that do stuff like what is it, like CK Editor. They have everything's like GPL'd. Wait, no. What was it? I thought they had. I know we went straight into a tangent today, and my like little head down there is microscopic. Let's change that real quick. Then my camera's at a funny angle. There. Fix the camera angle. There we go. It's a little better. All right, I want to look at CK Editor. The GPL2 or later. Yeah. License. What is this? So they went with GPLv2, right? I wonder why. Why V2 versus V3, right? Protection against the like back-end services stuff. Short list of the major differences. New terminology rather than using language tied to US legal concepts. Patents specifically address patents. Hmm. TiVoization, they address restrictions like TiVo. Customer products that take away through hardware, the ability to modify the software. What about some of the others like they also added the ability to legally torrent executables of GPL software. Oh, well, I don't know, but I think I'll definitely start thinking a lot more about that because I would definitely want to more visible. This all came about because somebody said, would be interested in working on something like that. But yeah, I just searched for services and it didn't. Anyhow, well, we should get back to what we're supposed to be doing here. If you modify, you have to indicate changes made to the code. Huh. Oh, and thank you for the follow. You know what? Smart Data Geek, thank you for the follow as well. I forgot to start up my little bot there. Mitch gives us our little glitter. All right, well, do I use Streamlabs or do I code my own alert bot? My own alert bot. Yeah, we're calling it Mitch. Oh, and Emil, thank you for that. Oh, 4 months. Dang. Welcome. Thank you. How have you been? And if anybody knows of a license, forgot to unsub, can't find out. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not sure how to unsub. Yeah, basically I was looking, for my little alert bot. Let's see, it's built, I think, let's see, it's going to be over at SourceHut. Let's see. TLDR legal, there we go. Oh. Oh, here it is. I think, here, let's open this in a new, that should be public, yeah. Do I have a VOD of how I coded my own bot? I actually coded the whole thing on this stream and all of my archives over at YouTube. But I don't know exactly where it is in time. So I'm sorry I couldn't help more. Um, but the source is there. Yeah, it was like 4 months ago, wasn't it? Oh, you're welcome. Pokeballs. Yeah, it's that one's going to be a little bit complicated because we're using Rust inside of Godot. Um, because we use Rust and Godot for a lot of stuff, except for our current project. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be over a couple weeks probably. We spent a couple weeks on it. All right. So let's go to that TLDR license. Where'd it go? There it is. legal stuff. Why not? All right. Search terms. Um, Proprietary. I spelled that wrong. Doom source license. Yeah, Sleepy Cat. Yeah, there is a Sleepy Cat license in there. Yeah, I do too for all my open source stuff, but I figured, so many people ask to be able to just follow along in the code for what I'm doing that I thought, you know what, if I had a proprietary license on this, but it was open to view, that would help, right? You can use the software but have no ownership thereof. Portions of the source may be used to develop new software. This is referred to as educational use. Otherwise, you may not make any commercial gain from it. See, this is kind of the direction where I'd kind of toss mimeograph out there because I don't know yet if I know that I want to maintain ownership of it, but I don't know whether or not um, I want to make it fully like Apache MIT. So, I mean, something similar to that. Do they have like close that, get lab terms, submit a license, browse licenses, the button to search for condition? I don't see it. I mean, we search for proprietary here. Here, if we go back to the Doom one, full text. I don't know. That's an interesting little button. Neat. Oh, look at these. Reverse lookups for these. Okay. Let's see, proprietary. I don't know. That's a horrible search term. Me not being a legal person, I don't know what to search for in that. Oh, let's see, commercial use. Cannot. Thank you. Oh, oh, it autocompletes. Creative Commons. Yeah, that is a neat search function. I really like that too. CC4 is used by many artists. I like the Doom one just because it's the Doom one. I mean, that's pretty cool. Um, I mean, that and I haven't seen like Doom clones out there. Where was the CC4? Non-commercial. So in this one, you can modify and redistribute. Let's see. Oh, here. Cannot. There. Redistribute. No. Or the all rights reserved license. And that's kind of where, like, it's between this and this. And private use. Huh. If we were to choose one, which one would I choose? I know. I am so far off track. um, but really, like, if we wanted to like pick one, because I don't want to sit here with 22 people watch me read through legal stuff. Um, pay per play basis. Yeah. That is okay. That is really specific to that. Why can't we go back just one more? Probably this one. Full text. Is this? That is a really short amount of text there. Fusion Lord. Flatstone Tech. What is this? This is the Doom license. Is that his Fusion Lord? Yeah. And Flatstone Tech, same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing. So section 2 refers to section 4. Under no circumstances shall you, the end user, be permitted, allowed, or authorized. They forgot a comma there. They need one right there. To commercially exploit the software. Because there's this ambiguity here. There's some ambiguity in that. Here you have a list, right? Well, I guess it's not really a list. It's just run, sell, lease, offer, pay to play, distribute for money. See, and that's in any other manner through the medium whatsoever commercially exploit. Huh. And what was the other one? The other one was so if we remove that, then we end up with many more because it just adds the distribute. And what is the QPL? Does anybody remember? What is Q? I forget. Where do they use this? It seems so familiar. Oh, Troll Tech, of course. What are they doing nowadays? QT, yeah. And is this the one you were mentioning the other earlier, the CC4? Allows to do whatever you want with your work as long as it's non-commercial. Nokia? I don't remember. Did they? I mean, the CC4. Maybe we just do the CC4. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? All right. The desk is going up. The missed column? What? Oh, the must? Missed? What do you mean missed? Must. Okay, yeah. All right. Test all. Yeah, this is Source Labs. Sauce Labs, sorry. Sauce Labs. I am affiliated in no way with Sauce Labs. Happened to go to their offices one day. At that point in my life, I was working in San Francisco and we were developing software that was going to be tested by Sauce Labs on their mobile devices. So I went with the team to go check out their newly created mobile testing lab. That's how old this T-shirt is. It's got some age to it. Um, can anybody think of here? Let's. Oh, wait, what's this? What is this? Track in this. Oh, that whatever. So you can share and adapt. I'm okay with that as long as you follow the terms. You may not use the material for commercial purposes and attribution. I think that works, right? Is there anything else? All right. So let's do this one unless you can think of some issue with this. Where's their link to the license? So what are the 6 licenses? Um 4, CC4, 0, share like, Creative Commons attribution no different. Huh. Crazy. All right, well, let's grab this. I want the CC, I want the full license with this one. Oh, use and remix. Okay. We are set today. Is that how you spell relicensing? Uh, I don't know. There. I have a favorite database. Ooh. It depends on the application. I think for general purpose, probably like a Postgres, but I think SQLite is a fantastic option, right? If you're doing something that can use SQLite, use it, because it is going to get you so far, so very far. That shouldn't be there. It's actually a trash file. Get rid of it. Let's see, this is a work in progress for the dialog propagator. And get status. Okay. Go back one. This is a human readable summary of, and not suitable for, the license. Okay. I want like a raw form. Hey, Moscow Bish, how you doing? Oh, hydrate. Yeah, that's a good idea. Where they must have like a place where you can just download this thing, right? Does the license actually point to the license on their website? This is where we were. Oh, here we go. Which style button? Ooh, look at that. We got buttons. Oh, thank you. I want this. Oh, we recommend using it against using it for software instead. Ah, okay. Licenses. Popular. All approved licenses. Questions. Brat. Thought we were so close. So I'm gonna toss it in there. Thank you. Um, no commercial use. Open source. Basically like the Doom license, but a modern version of it. Or like the Q public license. I want to maintain ownership of it, and um, that would be fine for. I don't know. It's kind of like the Doom license. I'd probably be okay with people using it for their own stuff, but not for commercial purposes. Superseded licenses, voluntarily retired. Hmm, interesting. They don't have Doom in the list. Okay, so no BSD, no new. I don't want that. NPL, no thank you. Basically, I want to be able to kind of share the journey and share the source so people can follow along. But I'm not yet willing to completely open source it. Right? I'm not willing to make it free. If we went back to the license, is it the TLDR legal, right? We'll come back here, browse, not commercial use. Maybe the QPL. Oh, you guys remember Torque? That's a Torque engine, right? Yeah. Maybe we go with a QPL. But yeah, see, this is kind of different. Because while they say the intent was to establish freedom and share and change software regulated by license under the open source model, they did two things with it. Control checks charged for QT at some point, didn't they? They later switched to GPL. Oh, QPL. For 4. This one here. Know what they use now? Huh. You may copy and distribute the software in unmodified form. Okay. Modifications are allowed. Patches, etc. May distribute machine executable forms of the software. Oh, the free version is under GPL LGPL v3. But GPL allows you to do here, let's go back to this side. So you can do the commercial use stuff. We must disclose source code. I see. Can use a patent claims, place warranty, distribute, modify. Cannot sublicense or hold liable. Huh. Even though it's this way, people really don't use GPL stuff for commercial projects. Blessing and a curse. MIT license as well? Yeah. Oh, this is LGPL. Oh, my mistake. GPL. I clicked on the wrong one. It's a weak copy left. So what's the difference between these? License. LGPL allows people to use it commercially. I mean, I see. It's funny because I'm building a platform, right? So basically the only benefit that GPL would give us is that they could basically pull in their features as well, right? because I'm making baby steps into this whole like open source stuff here. Um, okay, let's say I want to make a business on this. I want to make all of my, this is hypothetical. I want to make all of my income dependent on this project. What do I do? Here. Want people to contribute? I mean, if people are okay with that, I mean, I'm not trying to like bait and switch people into like writing code for me. I would be comfortable with people using it for their personal website, um, but not making money on it. I mean, let's see, because what I don't want is Amazon coming along and just using it and making a ton of money off of it. That's I know Amazon couldn't do that because it's all built on Cloudflare, but you get the idea. That has never happened. What's this one do? Okay, so let's say you can um, private use. Hey, are you a rustacean? Interesting. Wiggler. How do you say this? Is it Wiggler? Welcome. And we could just go with all rights reserved, right? And then you can use it privately. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Hume Griffin. Oh, lovely. I mean, this one here. Yep. I mean, we could go with something like that. But that... I do like the Doom one. If you come back and you look at the Doom one, right? Oh, wait, where'd the Doom one go? Reduce search. Doom. See, they don't have... You can modify it. What does all rights reserved mean? Like, all rights reserved? How did I get that wrong? Okay, copyright basics. Placing a copyright notice on your work. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's take a peek. I know this is not at all what I wanted to do today, but um interesting. Which of the following best describes your situation? Oh, stream is freezing. Is it? All right. Oh, this is just a big list. Well, it's a short list. See the appendix. Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, wow. All right, let's look at commercial use. Commercial use is every single one of them. That's not helpful. I guess it kind of is. It shows us which ones we shouldn't pick. It's freezing at random. So I am on Starlink. Oh, where is it? 92.16. No, no, no. stats, this one. Oh yeah, we had a little drop there. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. Fest, how are ya? Happy Friday. To like all rights reserved, that sort of thing. Rust took your attention. Well, yeah, ask me if you want to use. That's I think that's gets me the goal, right? Um I want it to be visible so people can follow along. Do I live out in the forest? Or is this around like the option for a good network in my area? I live away from civilization. So, yeah. The Markham, good morning. Iron oxide? What is this? You should just change the name. All right. That's all. Um, Best So, what happened? Wow. Hello? Oh, it says the machine's out of power. Why? I'm gonna switch the power supplies. I will be right back. All right. Where were we? It's gonna boot. Oh my goodness. 0% battery. I wasn't watching that. We probably could have watched it just drain. Get our headsets back on. There we go. Well, welcome to my mind. Yes. So that little HDMI capture box, it works really well if you attach a power sync, or not a power sync, a heat sink to it. So there we go. Look at that. What is going on? Hopefully it, because it just like hard powered off. It didn't give us an alert or anything. There we go. Got some music. Steam started. I got to close down all the auto start things. All right, let's get that up and running again. Kitty, we also want. Where'd Alacrity go? My goodness, everything's starting at the same time. It's gonna make it go off again. Then I can't even see what people are saying. All right. We're almost there. The machine is so unhappy right now. All right. Starting up a second chat. All right. Relatable. Oh. Just shut off. Better was a 0%. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. To get 2 gigabit per second, it would cost me $2,000 a month. $2,000 per month. The computer's still loading. Wow. Because it's restarting everything. My goodness. Come on. Figure it out. Yeah, see, everything's just starting up. All right. Great. Now I'm using the latest Firefox. All right. We're almost there. So how's your day going? That was unexpected. That was quite unexpected. Yeah, I just got like pinwheel now. Not even a spinning pinwheel. Oh, there it goes. We're almost back. Almost. There we go. Oh, goody. Now I can access the other machine. I'm at 1% battery. 1%. Okay. I mean, we could... Here, what about the dual license? Oh, where's my chat? All right. There we go. About there. There we go. I think we're back. Okay. So let's say I wanted to license this. What do they have for this? Free for non-commercial use, compatible with that. New GPL v3 is, wait, what? GPL v3 is not non-commercial, right? Yeah. Licensing GPL v3 plus commercial license on the same project. And I, as an author and copyright holder, relicense my code under a more liberal license after it has been published under a more restrictive license. You can license code in which way you want, again and again and again. I don't know. This is also complicated. This is what the CLA is used for? Wait, okay. Where was the CLA? CLA. Contribute. Oh, a contributor license agreement. Yeah. Because you have companies like Trolltech and QT and CK Editor, right? CK Editor, they're doing the same thing. Contributing. Having a CLA is essential to have your contributions accepted. Yeah. All right. So if we go GPLv3 on this, and then set up a CLA, contributor license agreement. Is that going to give me what I want? I think I'm giving away a little too much, but it might be okay. Hey, a minus 40, how you doing? Yeah, I'm doing all right. It's a day off, so I decided why not have a day of looking at copyright licenses and, we're just going to hang out, spend a day on legal mumbo jumbo and figure out which license we want to put on mimeograph. Because I want it to be a little bit more open source, but not so much that I don't keep ownership of it, right? And so I'm looking at some of these other projects, right? Like CK Editor. You look at their license. This is the GPLv2. Let's see. Licensed under the terms of the GPLv2 and later. uh, Copilot doesn't worry about that stuff. Did they change Copilot to not use GPL code? No. Yeah. Yeah. I could never use Copilot code. All right. So we've got this. CK source. All rights reserved. Yada yada. See, I think. Yeah, we're just gonna set up the same thing, right? And QT. Do they have their stuff licensed? Do they have their stuff on GitHub? They do. QT Solutions. Oh goodness, which one is it? QT SDK probably. That doesn't look like it. Repositories. 6 hours ago though. I mean, maybe it is it. Packaging tools. Hmm. Doesn't feel like it. New in Apache? Hey, Lily Bite, how you doing? Okay, I think my project coming along. We're at the point where we're trying to figure out a license for it. And I we might go like GPLv3 on it. Um, which would be all right. We do this plus. See, this here is kind of the gotcha, right? Oh yeah. No, I don't want it to be permissive. Not in this case. Basically, I'm trying to pick one that where people can kind of follow along or use it for personal use, but not use it for commercial. And but I see other companies like um, CK Editor, stuff like that, using kind of a dual setup where they're using GPL and um, able to give out licensing for it. You're never in hiding. Yeah, we know where to find you. Oh, and Pardell, thank you for the raid. I am so sorry I missed that. Did you raid me when my computer turned off? Well, thank you. Welcome, raiders. We normally work on mimeograph at the moment. That's how you got here. Welcome, welcome. Yes, and yeah, I'm sorry, my computer lost power. Let's see, what are we at now? 10% power. Look at that. It's coming along. Okay. But I want to get a little bit more traction on this. And it would definitely be useful if other people could help out. But uh, and this doesn't keep people from being able to fork it, right? Like because you can fork a GPLv3 project, right? What does sublicense mean in this case? What is yeah, right to run, modify, and distribute the work. Hmm. All right, let's do another search. Um, and modify. Maybe we just do it and see what happens. It changed this whole thing and now you can't push to your repos? Huh. So, I mean, all of this lets you do commercial stuff with it, right? And when we do a search for something like this, we have the Creative Commons stuff, which they say hold off on that. But the Q public license, Doom source license. Because there's this gotcha, right? Because if somebody makes modifications to it, then they can. It's like, Facebook or someone. And, they pick it up, they're making money off of it, etc. Like, hey, they made some good modifications. If I then grab those modifications and incorporate it without them providing a CLA, right? They have the ability to just completely out-dev me on this. Token authentication requirements for Git operations? Oh, weird. Oh, interesting. Use SSH, yeah. As I guess it's really just, the idea of building up the community and having that there and available. Either that or we go, Apache, MIT. You're going to use PATS? What's PATS? This seems like a lot of work. I don't know. This is funny though. Email instructions, document signing, email signed documents. You need to have like a whole service for that. Full agreement. You actually have to sign it, scan it, and send it in. Oh, what a pain. Audacity, they have the same type of CLA. Oh, it's the first one. Basically, a check mark in the PR that yes, I have signed the CLA. Wow. Wow. Hey, Bear Dude, how you doing? Yeah, this one's all right. Could completely do like a Google Forms thing for this. An affiliate of MuseScore and Ultimate Guitar. Huh. Wow. And if we go to the Audacity source code, nope, too far. Yeah, so it's GPLv2 and then. What about what's the other one? There's you can push once again. All right. Is it the same for WordPress? Just remove all their contributions. I remember seeing that in a project once when they were changing the license and they had to go back for every contribution. I forget which one it was. But that seems like a headache I don't want. And I think I'm at the point where I'm gonna take a leap of faith here. We're just gonna do it Apache MIT and hope for the best. That means we can create a monorepo for this. Hey, cyanide for dinner. Am I using a standing desk? I am. Yeah, earlier I was sitting and now I'm standing. It's actually one of these, I don't know, I just like these. It's kind of like a adjustable workbench. Oh, I forgot a D there. No, it's got a little crank on it. Where is it? Let's try Home Depot. Oh, yeah, like this. It's like this. It's just got this little crank here on the right side. I don't think I paid 220 for it. I think and at the time it was like a lot cheaper than the electronic ones. So, oh, all my sessions are gone. All my Vims were open. Uh, oh, all right. Wrong location. Wrong location. There we are. In this directory, we'll start tmux. There we go. Guess we could publish it too? I don't know if I would. Huh. Not yet. Category is web programming? WASM? Keywords. Let's get rid of that. Letters. Workers. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Amaro Mendoza. Thank you. So I'm so close to this. Not quite there yet. You're so close. Because I had this like thought that, it would become worth something and that somebody would pay me $1 million for it, right? But I don't think that's going to happen. So, yeah. No, we're gonna do it. Blipjoy, thank you for that follow. Yeah, we're going for it. Because really, my goal here, um, is is to make websites commodities, right? That's what I see Cloudflare giving us is the tools to build commodity things, right? AV, their egress data, all that stuff is so cheap, right? It feels like they're giving us to us as like cost plus some markup, right? Make a consulting firm, exactly. Easy money. And I already have, I mean, my my little thing here is you'll see it occasionally. Does anybody remember what my company name is? Because I've always had like an LLC, like, but I have a new one because I was on a walk with my wife and she misspoke. Like, oh, that would be a great company name. Anybody remember it? But I want to make websites commodities. I just can't stand like if you go to WordPress and you look at the plans and pricing, right? Okay, e-commerce for 45 bucks a month. Sure, if you're making a ton of money, and then you keep scrolling down and then they have another one which is like $1,000 a month. Or was that? Or was that Wix? I thought they had another. Oh, compare our plans. Oh, VIP, learn more. $2,000 a month. Website commodities? Um, I don't. So a hammer is a commodity, right? Screwdriver, things that don't have like huge markups on them. Right? They're basically tools that are available. Um, and if you're familiar with the history of the United States and the gold rush in the West, um, WordPress and Wix are currently, as I see it, they are the store, like the store owners in the Old West, right? And the only people that got rich in the Old West were the store owners, right? All the people that were going out digging for gold, mining gold, they would come back and buy tools at a greatly overpriced rate in order to keep searching for their fortune. Okay. And a lot of what these guys are charging here, we go back, is more or less a commodity online, right? CDN, commodity. Managed infrastructure, commodity. Hourly backups, like all this stuff, right? DDoS protection. What's Cloudflare charge for DDoS protection? Right? $5 a month, $10 a month, $100 a month, not $2,000 a month. So, right, domain management. How is this $2,000 a month? And it starts at just $2,000 a month. So I think that this, right, should be $5 a month, right? It's a hammer. All this stuff's there. They're just milking people that are out there digging for gold. Exactly. Yeah. So we're going to disrupt. And it's easier to disrupt if it can't be squished. And if it's out there with MIT and Apache too, it's not going to be squished. Same with GPL. GPL v3 would keep it from being squished and would keep it a more level playing field, wouldn't it? Especially when, Cloudflare picked up the source code and started to use it internally, or WordPress. Maybe we do go with GPL v3. Something like that. You have to go GPL too? It does. Does. It's copyleft, yeah. Yeah. And right? Yeah, the $2,000 a month for WordPress VIP, right? Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So let's go GPLv3 with this. So I think that aligns with my goals with making something that people can use and aren't getting milked. Okay. So let's remove license star. Let's get a new one for GPLv3. And I'm not going to bother with the CPL thing. Why not LGPL? What would that gain? Give us a running through Cloudflare and love it? Yeah, yeah, they're doing quite a bit. Allow linking, weak copyleft. The way that this builds, okay, you can interface, but that interface needs to be open source. Yeah, no, so in making the commodity thing, I think GPLv3 with the copyleft is going to be the right thing for that, right? Like the move command in Linux or Unix, right? It's a commodity. They all can do it. But if somebody came out with a, you know, new and improved version of it for, let's say, Windows, um, you would want that new and improved version still to be available. Basically, you don't want the commodity to go away. And the way that this builds, I think you could work around the spirit of what I'm trying to do um, with LGPL by saying, "Oh no, I'm linking to that code over there." So, let's grab one of these. It's a text version. I just want the text version. All right. Permissive licenses, weak copyleft, strong copyleft. Hmm. All right. Is this the text for it? Where's the text? Plain text. There we go. More than Avoideros. And on. Cosmic Beta. How are you? All right. So who's going to help me with the project? We're going to do this. It is in its infancy. Long Starship prompt? It is. It is. All right. That works there. Probably come up with a contributing document as well. Oh, that's right. My computer powered off earlier. Source. Okay. They've gotten rid of username and password authentication. It's about time. A continuous or past tense. Huh, interesting. You feel bad for new users? I, if if people are brand new at GitHub, or they can use a GitHub tool, right? There's this crazy tool that GitHub built. Because the new GitHub users, yeah, the CLI stuff, yeah. There's other stuff. So, should be fine. All right. Are you guys ready? It's a big moment for me. I've put a lot of time into this. 250 hours plus? Oh, source hut, of course. I think we should probably make a workspace next. Right? Like all of this should be in some giant workspace now. The only reason I didn't have it in the workspace before was, well, there's two reasons. Yeah. Boop. Workspace with a good subtree. There are some issues with that. Um, all right, here. That should be done. So this is now public. Probably got my account keys and stuff in it. Just ignore that. Just ignore that. You're looking for them? Okay. Let me know if you find them. Because I didn't check. I think they're all transitive. Like they don't end up landing in a file. They get stored in the environments when we create them. They're stored in Cloudflare. All right. So if we did try to make this like a full-on all in M, cool, thank you. You back to lurk? Okay. Um, got some more cleanup to do though. We should probably get a build set up for this on SourceHut. We can set up builds. All right. What do I use for a server? Client, browser networking, and Rust. Like TCP networking or HTTP, HTTPS? More than jail. How you doing? Yeah, depending. I'll use like with my game server. I just use TCP. Side. Actually, there's a new one. So for server, we're building on top of Cloudflare workers, which have their own HTTP stack. All right. What's our project? I thought we had like a project for that. This is our project, isn't it? Oh yeah, and then we have sources, and there's just all that stuff in there. Is TCP available on WASM? If your environment provides you that. So WASM is code that runs inside of some sort of WASM runtime. And if you're inside of, let's say, Chrome, right? Chrome is a WASM runtime. And it does not provide TCP access, but it does provide WebSockets. If you're in a WASM environment that does expose raw TCP sockets, then you would have it available. But that would be up to the WASM host to provide that to you. So to answer your question, web browsers don't give you TCP in WASM. Do we have... Oh, we got some of that already. Tickets? No tickets. Nobody's made a ticket yet. All right. Unhandled rejection. This happened the other day too. I'm not sure why. Oh, no, no, no. We do have an issue with this, and that should be over here. Feeling a touch lazy. Okay. I'm gonna have to start writing documentation if people are going to be in the code. That it is raw right now. It is so raw. Okay. I'm having trouble with this. So this is TypeScript. And I feel like we should have created maybe a class or something where when we create this, when we add this click and the click happens, then we create something else. Because we're going to miss a little bit of state here during this bind. Because when we add click event handler, it wants something that takes this as an HTML element and then the mouse event. I'm new to that in TypeScript. We're not going to bind that. I want to bind that. Because if we bind that, that returns a function. HTML development. Mouse event any, yes. Oh, HTML element. Okay. Ah, there it is. All right. Now the problem is there a problem? Doesn't look like it. I was just matching the function interface here. Or undefined. Wait, what? Any options boolean. I can omit return types? Okay. So this is throwing me for a loop. In JavaScript, right, we do a document.body. Oops. Oh. Add event listener, right? And then you would say, oh, this is for click. And then you give it some sort of function, right? And this here would take the event. And that's essentially like a click event, right? A mouse event. Now, if we had that mouse event there, and that we wanted to check to see if the event at target was within the thing that it clicked, we would have to look up that element, right? Like document dot get element by ID something here, right? Dot contains event dot current target. Right, we'd have to do something like that. Hey, JL. We are working on something that we call mimeograph. It's a serverless WordPress or Wix, etc. So, right. But over here on the on-click outside, we've got this element. Where does it get this from? How does it know that this is an HTML element? Like what did TypeScript do for that? It's bound to it? We're just doing UI with TypeScript? In this case, we're just doing, so on the client side, when you're in edit mode, we're going to have some client-side JavaScript, and that is part of this. Function.bind this value, but I didn't bind. Like, does add event listener doesn't automatically bind for you. Right? What is this? Is it going to be undefined here? Because JavaScript doesn't do that. Okay, so let's site, reload. Click the little M behind me. Oh, we got the little dialogue kind of showing up. Console. Let's do it again. Reload. Our little magic. Nothing happened. Why is that? Debugger. Click outside. Oh, because I have to click outside. There we go. If I want a click listener for body, do this. Isn't that the old school way? But this is absolutely something. Okay. You've got my interest peaked. Hey, Pope Pontus, how you doing? How's your stream? Did you have a good stream? All right. I have been using Add Event Listener for decades and didn't realize that it bound this. Whoa. Well, This must be an object implementing, okay, listener. Please note that while anonymous arrow functions are, oh yeah. That is crazy. Well, for a little bit, but ran out of things to do after a bit. Didn't think you'd get through the APIs you wanted as quickly as you did. Oh, well. Only good news in your stream is that your chatbot's been approved by OpenAI. Now it's capable of posting to its heart's content. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, since when? Since when did they provide this? Meant to mimic a Twitch chat room activated in? Oh, interesting. It's only denied that it exists. For example, on click is specified on an element in an HTML source. The JavaScript code in the attribute value is effectively wrapped in a handler function that binds the value of this in a manner consistent with the add event listener. Wow, okay. Huh. Well, I learn something new every day, huh? So if this, being body, contains... Oh, that's body then? I didn't look. Are we still at the breakpoint? We are. What is this? This inner HTML. Background is full. Yeah, local name, body. So that's on body, which technically isn't what I want anyways. Yeah. So, okay. Well, that's helpful. Um, I want to just keep a reference to this. So while it's open, I think we're just gonna have some sort of global here for that. Let's and then something like so. Oh, that should be a HTML element or div element. It's fine. Oh, how do I? How do we unset that? That's an HTML div element. That's we assign it to null. Oh, TypeScript. Yeah, mimeograph. That's correct. Okay. Um, assign null. Blah 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 blah. Do they have an option type? I'd be okay with an option. Oh, or null. Hello, tiny human. Good morning. What? Okay. Object is possibly null. Um, you have to guard it if yes. Well, oh wow. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Let's run that again. Did it do it already? Oh, let's see. On the look outside. Nothing's going on. Hmm. Oh, there it is. Oh, remove this. That should be dialog container. There we go. Click. Nice. Okay, so now we can open the dialog, close the dialog. Fantastic. Now we need contents for the dialog, which should have been fetched, right? That should have been here. So we should be able to see dialog containers in our HTML. Oh, it is set. Oh, but we don't have any content for it. Okay. So now we need the actual like the container with contents in it. Because that is working. It's just that there's nothing in it. Yeah, there we go. Sophisticated. And then we have hello world there. Yep. Now it's gone. I know that was really hard to see. Um, all right. I want to go back over to Bulma, wherever that went. Oh, here it is. So now in this case, it looks like they put a card in here, but we could put whatever we wanted. So we could put a message in there. Why don't we add a message? Header and body. Body only. Huh. Oh, thank you. Let's create a message component. Is this one? Oh, that's right. Who's using basic Bulma? Yeah. So it's kind. And that's going to be message. I see. I think we need to come up with a way to create a set of things. Right? So if we come back to page, we can see that got like panel, etc., etc. Let's say we wanted a message. We could have message, message header, message body. We could toss these in here. These are out of order. Then, nope. All right, let's just grab this. And for Bulma, that's that outer one. Does it need to be an article? Doesn't. Message header. So we could do that. And then we could assemble it outside. I don't really like that. I mean, it's kind of neat that we can do this, but then we end up with things like this, and we end up not having a full-on panel, right, or message. Well, let me show what I'm thinking here. Let's find panel in pages. Panel here. See, we end up with this that you have to specify panel, then panel heading, and then login, instead of just panel with 2 children. Hmm. Could we use those others with this one? Generates a future, but then, yeah, how do we nest these? Maybe we extract this. And then we can nest it. We need kind, classes, and children. Of widget. Going to be that. We'll just call that and pass in those others. What's it complaining about? Oh, the return type. What is our template future? Oh, it's not going to be that. We'll have a result to have re-escaped. We'll just call it markup. Okay. How we call that function? Widget with class, kind, classes, children. Okay. what's a better name for it? Widget, render, render. All right. So now that we have that, if we went back here and tried to make a more cohesive message widget, how would we do that? Let's say we wanted one message widget, and that message widget took two children, and if it took one, it's a body. If it takes two, it does something else. How would we do that? Would we? No, I think we just have to make it. I think our widgets are too low level, and we're not at a point where we could actually nest them here. That's an issue. Because if we could, I could call this Bulma message, right? Something like that. Then I could also have that ends up putting those three things together. But we have to keep in mind how we would export it. Make it available to the properties editor. Source, templates, message.rs. Grab some stuff. We could construct the children outside based on. Now this will receive the children. It'll. No, I'm doing this wrong. That shouldn't. I don't know. We need something at a higher level. So yes, let's keep these as kind of fine grained. But our dialogue here, yeah. So we have a dialogue. We need to put children in it. Find. Message. Straightforward. Oops, that should be in an object. Children. Message header. Oh, that should be kind. That'll be our rich text. Will be the children of that. Get a little bit of formatting here. Are we missing? There we go. Right. And what are we going to have inside this dialogue? We are going to have um sure. Oh, beautiful. I clicked inside. It failed. Oh, it's failing our check. Oh, message body. Yeah, so that should just be bento target. Flip your mind back into TypeScript mode. There we go. So we can click inside there all we want. As soon as we click outside, either by clicking that up there or anywhere. Oh, it's not working. Okay, so that's the model. And that's some modal background. Oh, it's within it. Oh. Okay, what is the structure here? Modal. Content. I guess we could just check to see if the target is modal background. Just uh, classless. What is classless at this point? Um, is that an actual array or is that an object? Toggle contains. Okay. Object is possibly null. Which one? E or class list? Event target. Hmm. What kind is that? There's so much more in this than regular JavaScript. It's good. It's the side is fine. Click outside is good. So let's say I wanted to listen to an option being chosen. Because I can't add JavaScript on the from the server side to the client side at the moment. Um, how do we want to work around that? You either, just make it happen. Just put it in here. When we add the inner HTML, then add some event listeners to them. Kind of highly bind this at the moment. So what do we expect to see in here? Maybe a couple links going to admin area, edit page. Do I have buttons? I don't have a button. Let's add a button. So we want more of a link, don't we? So I want to add the div type. So I want that to be passed in. And what else? Classes. I mean, this here. This work. It does. Yeah. This is the template framework that we're using. I don't think we can actually change that. Because that has to be a token. It can't be something that's interpreted. It's either literal and it feels like we're, I don't know, it's a little too. This is the wrong abstraction. Okay. So what would be the right abstraction? Like at what layer? Do we do HTML or widgets? HTML? Widgets. I would prefer widgets, like higher level things, like groups of things, right? Because we're going to have to be able to set properties on them. And it'll be easier for users to reason through these things if they're up here, not here, right? So while we could leave this like so, probably shouldn't. We should come up with a better set of widgets. I wonder what the size is on this. Oh yeah, we made it past that today. Set today. What shall we set today to? Because we are working on a little admin dialogue. This guy. There we go. Um, all right, my wife is texting me. Just one moment. It's either that or we make a higher level concept. So we could just read the project description and have questions. Stack framework. Okay, so I have 3 projects, and we're currently working on mimeograph. There's 2 other projects that are games, right? One of them is Legacy, the other is Control. And mimeograph doesn't really do game stuff. But you could create a game using Rust and WASM. Could, because there's like a here. Is it crates.io? There's WGPU, which supports. I believe it supports WASM. Yeah, web GPU. So you could absolutely build a game using Rust with WASM. Oh, no worries. The questions are absolutely welcomed. So I think we need to start re-examining some of our widgets. Thus far, we're able to create things like this. Like this is rendered using some JSON, and here it is, right? We go into admin, right? All this is built using widgets. A sort of static site? Nope. Now this here is executed on a server for a very short period of time. Cloudflare lets us build things on their workers. So I'm not paying for a server. I'm paying for them to run my code upon request. When somebody makes a request to this URL, then it runs the code. So they load up the code, toss it into V8 to run that WASM, and we get a website that looks like this. Oh, close that and that. Let's go back to login. Login's a small page. Oh, workers. So they have infrastructure set up all over the world that lets you load your code into it. And when a request hits their network and needs to be executed by your code, needs to be handled by your code, they load your code up into a V8 instance, run it, and send the response out. Here. So it's serverless in the sense that there isn't a server that I'm paying for that's sitting there 24/7, right? I only pay for when a request is made, and then they load up the code, run it, give the response, and then they might shut it down. How would we do a higher level widget with this? We could either come up with some sort of like middle layer, but I like these features here. Most of these features don't have to do anything. There's no data that they're getting from the back end. The user ones do. User list. This one actually has to go fetch data. Most of them don't. I need some sort of like a widget descriptor. Right, it could just be a widget. Let's go to page. Then we could actually flatten these. We could have like a prefab widget, right? And then we would have to determine which children, or how do we create a prefab? Where would it sit? I think it would sit somewhere between here, right? So the kind here would just reference the prefab. So let's say we did want to have some sort of login, right? Like here, we do have a login thing, but it's just a series of other pieces. So that would have to be in here somewhere, or we would actually expand out the prefabs ahead of time. Then we would get to this point for rendering. So this would be the smallest pieces. But then ahead of that, somewhere, we'd have to go through all of those and swap them out. We could even push that up further. Maybe not. See, they're saying that we're getting a model page there. Oh, we are. Because we end up merging it here. Yeah. El Costa 95. Good morning. All right. This here needs to be broken up. Why isn't the CSP stuff just another future? So this is where we actually create a template page. And we render it. We have too many things called page. I think we have 3 things called page. Two things. I don't like that there. Why is this here? Why do we need to keep the nonce? Does nonce get used below too? Goes there. This is just setting a header. That could be done anywhere. All right. Well, I gotta figure this out. I gotta do some thinking about it. I'm not certain. I think where we were debugging there. All right. For as much as I would like to redo this section at the moment, I don't think I should. there's two things that I want to kind of clean up. One of them is this build widgets. This basically converts widgets to a set of futures, right? And it's probably just fine. And this modifies the widgets. So we have to expand those widgets ahead of time. So we either do that inside of build widgets, or we mutated it before, which should probably have some sort of simple, isolated, some other function that can do that. Okay. Verb prefabs. This is going to take the widgets and return a result to widgets. Great. All right. And prefabs only have one point at which to add a child. We could make that a rule. But even our example of the yeah, we'll have to consume children. um, we'll have to know how many children a specific prefab wants for each of its locations. So let's say that we're doing um this here, right? We have this child and this child. This widget here is going to be a prefab. So if we don't flatten the widgets, ooh, that's gonna be tricky. If we flatten the widgets, we'll do less work, right? Because they'll be filtered already. And this, what is a flat widget? Just It's a widget and the number of children that it wants. Okay. That could be straightforward to implement. Because this is implemented as like a stack, right? So if we wanted to insert something, we just would put it right in the middle there. We would insert it into the vector. Did I get a haircut? Not in a while. It's got to grow. Oh, I shaved. Oh, morning, Zach. How you doing? I think we have to reconsider what a widget is. Yeah, it's a stash. What would we change about widget? How would we change this? Because a widget could make up other widgets. I mean, right now, our widget is really just a serialization, right? Like this is an object that we use for parsing those JSON configs. What if widgets were a little bit more sophisticated? Or based on the kind, it could do something. Yeah, we could push more logic up this way. And it could end up converting this. Right now, we just know what like the kind are in the props, right? This could be some other sort of enumeration. All right. So right now we basically just take this stuff and then we hand it off to these template functions, right? Wherever it is. Oh, it's actually in the same file. It's down below. This is where we do the conversion. But this conversion is converting it all to futures. In case, just in case there's something we need to fetch from the back end. That has turned out to be slightly rare for us. Most of this is either coming from cookies or the KV store. But the KV store, that would have already been fetched at this point. So how do we modify this so that our build widgets here is maybe I don't want to convert these to futures yet. Because build widgets here, it's going to give us this futures order, right? And the reason we do that is in order to be able to make requests to the backend in the order that we need the data. In case we need to contact a durable object or the KV store. These futures order, these could be futures that are already finished. There's not really a benefit in this template future actually returning an async block here. Maybe our template future should be an enum, either something that's done or something that is soon to be done. Maybe this should be an enum. Well, it could be a resolved future. Where the cursor is right here is where the children would be provided. Because this component might not know what its children are, right? It could be some sort of container component. Look at another one. Yeah, in this case, we get the children, we pass it to this render function, but really, this is just a closure. And there's no reason for it to be a future. done. So we could implement some sort of enum that maybe this is like, finished or whatever, right? But it would still need this boxed function for the render because it doesn't know what its children are, right? None of that helps us with the prefabs, except it does help us to kind of understand what the prefabs have to work into, right? They have to produce something that fits into this pipeline. If hmm, our goal is just to be able to render HTML. Let's remember that, right? Goal is HTML. And we have mod. We can render HTML fairly easily. But in some cases, there uh, was a bit of boilerplate. Right? Feels like there's just an abstraction missing at one point. Like, like the widgets should get transformed into something like this. Or maybe we make these flat widgets a little bit more sophisticated. Right, at this point, the child has been stripped off of that, and later it'll be provided, right? So we end up representing this two children, and then if you go inside of that, that one will say, "Oh, this one requires two children." I think convert these. I'm going to go back to widgets. I think I would like a second type here. Because right now we have this widget config, and then when we deserialize it, right, we're kind of stuck in that, and that's a hierarchy of all widgets. Because it's, hey dog, how you doing, dog? Um, widgets that is. So where does this get called? Build widgets. Okay, this should then take flat widgets. Move that out. What about the child count? What are we doing this? Oh, yeah. We don't really have flat futures. Go Mesha. Thank you for that follow. Take that out. That's actually produced here. That'll take flat widgets. We remove the widgets from the page. Okay. That's in models page. Okay. What's private? Oh, function off page. Flatten and expand widgets. What's that in there? Where was flatten? When? Oops. Why doesn't it like that? A vector of flat widget. Mismatched types. Expected struct flat widget. Found. What? Result. Oh, a result to. Okay, this is weird. Function? Oh, that's the flatten versus flat. Whoopsie. All right. It's possible that there's something in a config that can't be unflattened. Right? Actually, there. Session. Oh, flat widget's a private type. Yeah. I mean, maybe. Hmm. They should probably be encompassed in some other type to begin with, right? No errors. Surprising. Um, so we flatten the widgets. Now we need to expand the prefabs. And we need to know what kind of prefab is what and what the transformation is for a given prefab. So we want to iterate and expand on this, right? Because the flat widget will just go straight through if we're not transforming it. And how do we do that? I'm expecting that we probably need to copy these, move these into a new vector. Is there a way that we can reduce the number of allocations on it though? Just gonna the outline. We did this. We could try to use a combinator. But we should probably support prefabs generating prefabs, right? Oh my goodness. But if prefabs can expand into prefabs, then you could have expansion bomb. Right? Create something that infinitely expands. But that would be up to us to create it. We would have to create that. That would suck, but that's possible. All right. So we want to get back. Let's see. So if it is a prefab, we want to be able to convert it. Transform. That's going to take a widget, and it should return vector of flat widget. Match the kind. Because we either need to generate a generator for that, or no. But we do need some prefabs. How do we do that? I want to convert this into just prefab, like an enum. We try to match it to a prefab, like some like the type that enum. Or we could do a try from a widget into a prefab. If that fails, then we know it's just a widget, and it goes right through. We'd say a message is a prefab. All right. But do we want this to use a widget or a flat widget? Result will be equal to that. Do OK result. Otherwise, we will return error value. There we go. Oh, value dot widget dot kind. Okay, fine. Really? All right. So then we have a prefab. Does that work? Can you provide a... Yeah, okay. Prefab, we do something there. Otherwise, as widget, get the widget back. We'll push result. Now, I think we actually need two vectors here. Because, hold on a sec. All right. I think this is the direction I really want to go in. Yeah, see, that's what I was. It's going to do a try into, but it doesn't know what to try into. Ciclet type of infinite size. Yeah. No, this is wrong. I just wanted to give it type info. Huh. As widget here, does it say it's infallible? We have try into. Oh, yeah, try from. Yeah, whatever. Okay. There. Fine. Found vector. So we need to extend. Oh. Oh, that should be flat widgets. Oh, but this type here. Yeah, this should be prefab, like into flat widgets or whatever. I am going to take a break though. We need one more vector in here so we can store temporary values. We need to be able to convert those also, because prefabs can beget prefabs. So, all right. What do we have online right now? Ooh, command line JSON viewer in Rust. Let's see what we have. Code is the end. All right. Oops. Let's rate them. All right, y'all. I think we made some great progress. We got the project licensed. It's all GPL3 now. As we talked about my feelings and what I wanted out of the project. And that helped. Thank you. So, gonna join you on the raid. And I am so hungry right now. And I haven't had coffee yet. So, till next time, y'all. Bye-bye.